Hello, welcome back, friends. So, we've been talking about this episode for, I don't know, a week? Tonight we're going to be doing it. We're going to be looking at Donna Adelson and the Gourmet swingers. Her friends that came to testify, the first people to testify when it came to her defense case in chief. And why were they there? What exactly did they do? I mean, it's a really interesting case study for a couple of reasons, okay? It gives us valuable insights into Donna Adelson's, behind the scenes, behind the curtain. Obviously, we have a lot of wiretaps. But now we're treated to a glimpse of some of her friends and associates. What kind of associates? Well, they're just close friends, I guess. But, they're all fucking delusional. Don't know how to judge. Supposedly intelligent, successful, well-to-do. The type of people that are members of exclusive clubs. And it makes me think, you know how a psychopathic narcissist will look for a relationship partner with someone who is the perfect victim? It's like Donna Adelson goes around friend shopping and then picks these people. Because they're what? Prone to be sucked into this portrayal of the kind of person she is, the kind of life that she lives, and so on. It's amazing to me how sucked in, still, the bump happened in 2016. That was 9 years ago. And these people have been involved through all the way. Through the murder, the original murder. Through the arrests of Sigfredo and Katie and their trial and Katie's retrial and Charlie's arrest and Charlie's trial and Donna's arrest and now Donna's trial. I mean, why don't you get this? What do you think is going on here? You think that this is all that the state has it wrong? I mean, have you not watched anything about this? And they probably haven't, right? Because they're probably sucked into it being this phenomena, this media spin, this podcaster spin. They're all out to get this family and take them down. And of course, Georgia Kappelman is taking them down. I mean, what do they think is going on? So that's what we're going to go through. That's what we're going to go through piece by piece, starting with clamfish. I did take the liberty of giving them some nicknames. My personal favorite is Beef Cheeks. Clamfish, corn dog, finger food, and Beef Cheeks. So we're not going to hear from corn dog today, unfortunately. But we will be able to infer. We will be able to hear things that he has said to others. If it's not to prove the truth of the matter asserted, that is. Welcome everybody in the chat. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, Mary. Good to see you, John, Teresa, Kat, Margaret, Daphne, Bethany, and Margaret again. Welcome back, Margaret. Okay. Oh, I found a real funny video that I'm going to share with you later. You know Paul from reporting live from my sofa. Well, I was looking into some YouTube videos about mechanics, right? Because I needed to know how to do something mechanical, and I found some mechanic that I had to really take a minute and realize that I was not looking at Paul from reporting live from my sofa. So I'm going to show you that a little later, but it's just uncanny. It's great. I just got reminded because it popped up on my feed. Anyway, let's start off with clamfish, the testimony of clamfish. Yeah, let us know if that audio is okay for everybody.
Please bring in the jurors.
Doesn't he look like he's playing solitaire or Minesweeper? I bet he's a fucking champion at Minesweeper. PJ, hello. Christina, hello. Do that top button up, Donna.
Everyone
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where fucking with me.
Jury.
Hey, Melissa, thank you so much for the coffees. Melissa. Is this microphone still working? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, Melissa. And Melissa says, what does Melissa say? Melissa says, I hope the True Crime Metrics Gourmet Swingers Club members are younger than Donna's Gourmet Swinger Club members. No one wants to see wrinkled up, shriveled, sagging thing-a-me-bobs. You know what I mean. We do. We absolutely do. We think. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see how the crowd turns out, Melissa, and thank you for your support.
I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
And this was the first set of witnesses. You know, supposedly to give... Okay, so the set of friends... they have been, it's not just a set of friends, it's a set of friends that were, well, I don't know if instrumental is the right word, but one of them helped book the tickets to Vietnam. And one of them was present when Donna was on the hot mic jailhouse phone call. So they are being brought in to attest against assertions made by the state of what that all meant, right? So there is some relevance. But they're also obviously being brought in as I don't know, a series of character witnesses, right? A bunch of people that are successful and rich that don't believe that she's a murderer, that say that she's a nice lady, right? I mean, why bother? They all look like morons. It didn't help at all. Not one thing. Let's try and find one thing in these three witnesses that helped Donna's case. One sentence, one answer, a head nod. It's not there.
Yeah.
I really want to do a montage of Jackie Fulford against Frank Zappa's Willie the Pimp, because she just gives off this pimp vibe. And when she's in that really baggy suit, standing like a pimp, I mean, it's great. Anytime that song comes on, I always think of Jackie Fulford now.
Please raise your right hand.
Even the fucking clothes. Look at these clothes. Nothing says weekend away, wet weekend away, more than this god-awful shirt. Like, what? What did I call it during the live? It's a Rorschach test. Ink blot. I see a bunny murdering a chicken.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
There's a metaphor in there somewhere for the use of negative space to create positive space. Either way, black and white. Which is the space? There is none.
Give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning. Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak.
Okay, her fucking lipstick is already pissing me off. It's going to be bothering me during this whole segment. I'm trying to imagine the lipstick without the golden earrings. You see, that's not... I'm just putting my fingers over her ears. But that's not quite as... It's still awful, but it's not quite as bad. The gold, the shiny gold... It just makes those horrible, what do you even call that? Candy pink satin gloss? Why?
Into it so everyone
Yes.
can
Yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, A-N-N-E.
Cunningham? I'm sorry, what?
E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H, Cunningham, C-U-N-N-I-N-G-H-A-M.
Gourmet swingers already. You've got the coming and you've got the ham. What are we having? Ham. Cunningham.
Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where, I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me?
How did you meet?
We met when my...
I'd rather not say. There was this venue, and I'll just say that we were there. Okay?
Life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve.
My life partner. My life partner. One of my life partners.
And the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So
I bet he bit into a spare rib. He's the modern man.
he actually went to high school with Harvey, and Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay, and what is his name?
Ron Guterson.
Okay, and so he cracked his
Ronald
tooth, and
Guterson.
what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And
Okay, it's 2009, right? You're not retarded. You're a professional. You've chipped your tooth. You're what? 50 years old at this point, at least. And your first thought is to call someone in New York and say, who do we know in South Florida that does dental work? If you're in Miami in 2009, I bet you could blindfold yourself, pick up a rock, throw it in any direction, and hit a dentist in the face, right? Who do we know in South Florida? I mean, why can't you find a dentist? You just go online and put dentist. Or the yellow pages. Let's say it was another 20 years before 2009. The yellow pages. It's under D.
our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day.
Let's just hear it again. What is this? Who do we know in South Florida?
And he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay, and what is his name?
Ronald Guterson.
Okay, and so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay, and when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay, all right, very good.
Yeah.
So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay, and then how did that lead to?
Well, they're Jewish, so, just another day at the office, isn't it?
You meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay, and from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well.
Very strong.
And developed a friendship.
Okay, and when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast.
That sounds too much like nipples. The inflection really work on that. Naples.
East Florida.
Okay.
Aventura.
All right, and was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay, socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay, so you had a lot of
Yeah.
contact.
We liked being away from prying eyes or anyone that we knew.
Over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay, would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying, and I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I
try.
have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure.
God, she's really in the fucking limelight, isn't she? I mean, she's enjoying this. Right? Look at that face. Does that say I'm a murder trial where my, well, I don't know, not lifelong, but my friend of almost 30 years has been in jail for 2 years after her son received life in prison for the same crime of which she is charged, and now I am being called to testify in her murder trial. But look at me beaming away and joking with the court reporter. Why? What? These people, they're not good people. They're not valuable people. There's nothing to them. Right? There's nothing in there. All that they have is their portrayal. Zero depth. No depth.
Sure, we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Like, what's with the enthusiasm? Why? I can get along with nervously making a joke to the court reporter and being charming. That's what that was. I'll let that slide. But what is with this huge, over-the-top head nod? Yes! Yes! And that's when you got your home in Naples, Florida? Yes! Like, calm down, lady. This will go a lot quicker if you just, tell us without the fucking theatrics.
Okay.
I met 2 of her children.
Say it again.
To speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met 2 of her children.
And who were they?
I met
Yeah.
Wendy,
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
So, I don't know that it's ever been confirmed, but I had assumed that as they were such good friends and met in 2009, that Miss Cunningham and Ronald, what was it? Ronald, whoever that is, would have been at Harvey's 70th birthday paella bar, which Rob was at, right? I'm 95% sure of that. They didn't meet there.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
I guess, I think, as far as I remember, the home that they have in Naples, I know that's not exactly next to Miami, but they also retained a home in New York. And they sort of went, I think they call them snowbirds. They like snow or whatever, I don't know. So maybe they were away in New York or just in Naples. I mean, that's a drive.
Objection, relevance, and 404, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Turquoise Kitten. Turquoise Kitten says, would love to think all the Adelsons are tuned in on their prospective AV devices. Would love to think all the Adelsons are tuned in on their respective AV devices. Yeah. They love to call it AV. Who did that? Was it Wendy? I think it was Wendy. She was like, oh, I don't know anything about the AV equipment in my house. Referring to the television. I mean, we haven't even got to the direct swinger reference yet, but does anyone think that this woman is not dressed like a swinger? Head to toe Moschino, whatever. Looks like she could swallow a zucchini whole. And she calls it a courgette because she's fancy. Do you know any party tricks? Bring me a zucchini. Bring me 2 zucchinis and some flowers. Well, it's Italian, California, Amy, so I believe it's Moschino. But everybody says Moschino. Does anyone know? Can someone spell it phonetically? Is it Moschino? Is it like this? Is it like Moschino or Moschino? Which one is best? Well, Michelle, you're our resident ITI. I said both of them. So yeah, okay, you mean Moschino. Yeah. I'm good with words.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds. As to the relevance, let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive?
You want to listen to these fucking phone calls? Hey, let's have a look at her emails. Let's show this fuck something that will make him suffer. He's going to want you to stop this. Get to him emotionally. Embarrass him in front of the judge.
Towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
during that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markell was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that?
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that once, and then she never spoke of it again. I inquired, and she said, shut up. I need to remind myself here. So we are looking throughout these three witnesses for any one single element that helps Donna's case whatsoever. Doesn't matter how small. If we can find one, that'll be interesting. But I don't think there's anything.
Period. Did she ever say she
It's
wanted?
like the jury is thinking, what now? So this lady never heard Donna threaten anyone or threaten to pay someone else to harm someone else. So, I guess all that evidence is not worth anything.
Wanted to have Danny Markell killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about
Never.
it? Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And
Yeah, the two of them that I met, there's that other one, Rich or something, Richard, Ralph, I think he's in New York.
she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go over?
Yeah, overseas. What happens in international waters stays in international waters.
Overseas.
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of?
Christina says, these are the kind of friendships that fall apart if you forget to invite them to a party or forget to send them a gift for their new grandchild. I've never had that kind of friendship with anyone. But I would imagine so, yeah. Somebody better be dying if you don't send a fucking expensive gift for my grandchild on their coming of age ceremony.
Of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you, when are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you.
I should note that we will also be looking for indicators of any preparation. California Amy says, would I lie for my bestie on the stand in a murder trial? I would like to think I wouldn't. I think it would depend on the murder, It'd have to be one hell of a sick situation for me not to lie for a family member. You know, you know, there is a line, but you know, you have to find out where that line is.
Lead you forward to the date that Danny Markell was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and
I think I heard, you know, I'd never heard of Viber either. I think I heard that it's more common, like a WhatsApp equivalent in Asia Pacific regions.
Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
May we approach is probably the term of phrase that they use in the swingers club. You know, if you want to get involved with someone's wife, you say, may we approach? Harvey Adelson's heard that phrase a million times. May we approach? Tabby Lynn, you tell me, are they really swingers? All the signs say absolutely. Just wait until we get on to Mr. Cunningham, whose name isn't Cunningham, it's something else. What was it? So the Chandler Halderson situation is perhaps where you would draw the line metrics. Yeah, yeah, maybe even before then. I'm trying to think of a case which would be before the line for me. We really, you know, there's such a focus on the big, impactful cases that it's hard to think of one. Teresa Dorsey, she feels nothing. Teresa says, wonder how she feels about hanging out with a killer. Donna's not a killer in her mind at all. That realization isn't even close. Even with all of the gravity of this situation, she's up on this stand 100% believing that Donna Adelson is not involved with this murder at all. And that's amazing to me. That's amazing to me. And it goes to show the Adelsons' ability to select people to become close friends with, to include in their familial lives and, supposedly have the type of relationship where you share the deepest elements of your situations. Hand-picked. Donna Adelson wouldn't pick to be friends with any of us because she would sense that we would realize all of her lies straight away.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And
Michelle says, Annie Cunningham has such a smug and condescending attitude. I'm trying to imagine any scenario where I would find this woman even just a little bit fun, right? Say if you were at dinner with her, nice restaurant, view of the marina, and we're going to order something good, we're going to order something nice.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Boom! Honey Bean. Honey Bean. Honey Bean, thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Honey Bean says, why am I simultaneously, nauseous and turned on by this commentary? I get that a lot. But thanks. I'm not sure why. That's great. No, thank you, Honey Bean, for supporting the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, Honey Bean. What was I saying? Yeah, what scenario is this woman going to be fun in? What are you talking about at the restaurant? View of the marina, nice menu. I can't imagine anything at all. What would the conversation be? Her husband's polyp surgery, something like that. Complaining about doctors, saying that we got him into Beth Israel. We managed to get a place at Beth Israel. The oncologist there is the best in the Western Hemisphere. It's that sort of shit, right?
during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Lobel V, hello again. How are you doing?
I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
No.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay.
As little as possible? What does that mean? Wouldn't it have been great if she said, my lawyer advised me not to. You know. There are podcasts, also not to listen. Articles, don't read.
There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Objection, hearsay.
Staying.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted
Did you let them use the waterbed?
of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that, well, you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
Objection, hearsay.
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey.
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay,
and just incredibly sad.
okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that.
Sad, stressed, panicked, paranoid. She kept talking about a bump. She kept talking about this Latin King bump. We didn't know what that meant. We thought it was a new Broadway play. The Latin King bump. Or a new dance move at the Rumba Club. Have you tried the Latin King bump? I lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks doing the Latin King bump.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
Oh, did I just have the mute button on and then unmuted it? Yeah, that was bad. I was saying, if this lady's haircut was on a man, what year would it be? And I think it would be 1973. Early 70s. Because it's true that when, let's go to the lady, whereas this haircut, you know, there's a masculine quality. The sideburns, I mean, there's these sideburns, right? So if it were on a man, on a woman of her age, this haircut could be called contemporary. But on a man, 1973. You know, some corrupt cop in a movie wearing a jacket with elbow patches.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
No expression, hardly any. There was a
Everyone can be
slight.
seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to, at least within the next 5 minutes, that should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Blue River, I wonder what Harvey is up to in that building in South Florida. I know the competition gets intense when there is an eligible, usually man. Those South Florida elderly single ladies. Yeah. They're all watching him by the pool do a perfect dive in Speedos. And then walking up the steps to get out of the pool without using the banister. You know, just freewheeling Harvey straight up. Doesn't need to lean on anything. He's all man. Sits on a lounger, opens a jar of pickles and just sits back. Love the raised collar look. No, everything about that lady's style is fucked. But that shirt, it's clearly expensive. But all it says to me when I see someone wearing something like that isn't even nice, is, hey, I want everyone to know that this is a really expensive shirt. That's literally all I see. Is someone's need for others to know that their shirt is expensive. And I'm not impressed. I'm never impressed. I got no problem with expensive clothes, but when it's like that, the intention comes through strongly. John Smith says, I know it seemed like it lasted about 10 or 15 minutes. You laugh, but he has dollar, and that's all it takes. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. And you should see him with a fucking shuffleboard, what do you call it? You know, the stick thing. Cue. Is it a cue? You should see him with a shuffleboard cue. Pow! Pow! 5-time South Beach champion. Bringing him fresh baked Mandel bread. All right, I guess we can skip the shield. Where's that Judge Everett logo? Let's go. Let's find it. Let's, for old times. For old times. Here it is. Oh, but it's really, really big. Hang on. This takes ages. Hey, great time to support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Also, PayPal links are in the description, along with our merchandise. Fantastic Metrics merchandise. The best merchandise. It really is, I don't know why so many other creators, what is the deal? Do better merchandise. Like us. There we go. There's the new seal. You want that seal on a mug, on a coffee mug? Just go to the merchandise shop. It's in the description. You can have Judge Everett on the seal of Florida, in Cake We Trust, on a mug, on a flag. We're selling flags with this on that you could put on your front lawn. And then everybody would know. Yeah, but please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Oh, Melissa's back again. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa says, I'm watching this on my TV, therefore I'm not in the chat. Regardless, Anne Cunningham has tasted Harvey's dried up corn dog. You're welcome for that visual. Okay, I'm sorry. That wasn't right to do to the True Crime Metrics Gourmet Swingers Club. But yet you did it anyway. Thank you, Melissa, for supporting the channel and sharing your sick mind publicly in front of a crowd. Yeah. So, how many people in chat? Oh, 103. We broke 3 figures. Hey, you know what? That would make it easier for us to do. Reach our goal at the top of the chat. You can support the channel by helping us reach our goal. At the top of the chat, where it says goal. Click it. Support the channel. Go to buymeacoffee.com. Support us there. Go to PayPal. Support us there. All right, we'll skip. Here we go.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes.
Was she upset about that?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
Yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She was considering taking her own life.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same
look at Bren Bond here with her fantastic taste. I just found this channel and I'm in love with this host.
same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so this is, do we have a list? Do we need a list? Is that the only thing? Did Mrs. Adelson say to you that she had a plan to just get away to clear her head? And you know, the hearsay rule. Jackie Fulford clearly said that as if it were in quotes. Am I wrong? Doesn't that imply that it was said by her? Shouldn't that be a hearsay violation? I think we need to have some legislature. Let's inspect that again.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess it wasn't quite so obviously in quotes. I mean, it seemed to me, but yeah. Okay, fine.
May I have just one moment? Thank you.
I'd say Wisconsin's pretty open as well, La Belle. Don't you agree? I mean, sometimes we just go back and forth. We do a load of stuff in Florida, and we go over to Wisconsin, do a load of stuff there, and we come back to Florida, you know. But it's true, you know. Can't beat the sunshine law. I wonder what they call it in Wisconsin. The snowplow law.
One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes.
Was she excited about attending?
Very.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No. She was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it?
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her?
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel?
Sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
No.
George is so great with her silent, messages. Her indicators. When she does that little, was she suicidal at that time when you spoke to her? Yes. And George is just like, okay. And you believed that shit, did you? She's acknowledging that something is really wrong with this woman, which it absolutely is.
So would you agree?
No. She was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it?
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her?
Here.
After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her?
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about...
It's not disdain. It's not disdain. Hey, Mona. It's like... It's incredulity. It's like, I can't believe you're such a fucking moron. You fell for this? What's wrong with you? You're really far gone, lady. That's what it is. It's and Georgia knows the jury's got eyes on her. She does this a lot, and it's part of what makes her such an effective trial attorney is she doesn't need to be up here pressuring the witness and, she could do, but that might make her look bad and make her side of the argument look bad to the jury. It's much better placed to let the jury see George's silent and to self, kind of almost an inward expression of, whoa, okay, you really thought that, did you? And let the jury interpret her. Nothing on the record, but George has got a really good sense of where to put those things. She does it almost with every witness, I think, but especially with witnesses where, she almost is, where the rules of etiquette call for her to not badger and to not be hard on. This lady, Mrs. Cunningham, hasn't done anything wrong. She's just a moron, a fool. So badgering her could alienate Georgia to the jury.
As far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it?
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best...
Forehead up, crease of the mouth, head nod. It's like stepping away from the moron.
friends with her?
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel?
Sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about...
John Smith says, in my opinion, she lied her ass off. About what? What do you think was a lie? I don't know what she, tell us. I'm curious. What do you think? Do you think that Donna told this woman that she did the murder? No, definitely not. But I'm curious what specifically you think she's lying about. I mean, I think she's just ignorant. And, has been, her entire relationship with Donna Adelson has been a play, Donna's play. And this lady's bought into it. She lives in a completely false reality. The calls and Donna's attitude about Dan's murder. I disagree, Donna Adelson's never shown this woman anything real about herself. Not by a long way. Every single interaction was choreographed, scripted, There's no real relationship. Mrs. Cunningham is an asset to Donna. That's all. It's just that Mrs. Cunningham doesn't know that.
Plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel.
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I think you'd do good to take a couple of trips, lady. Seriously. Open your mind.
I don't recall.
Okay. And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No.
Obviously it's the people that are extorting her, right?
She didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was, I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe. That Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
Mm.
And when the phone call was
What a
made
mess.
to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
I guess. It's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm going to just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh yes, this part I do recall.
Hello, my true crime lovelies. Hello, Veronica. Yeah, we got swingers tonight. We've already covered a bunch. Well, there's more to come.
You can show if that's the same message as you're referring to.
Oh, Zellman. Even the way he holds papers is boring.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when...
God, this twisty head nod thing she does pisses me off. Yes, that would make me fucking dizzy. I just did it then. My brain is spinning.
friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes.
And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you
She gonna do it
disagreed
again?
with the verdict, right?
She gonna do it
Yes.
again?
You thought the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay, and you in fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes.
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
Yes.
Wendy's innocent.
Definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markell. Isn't that what you think?
Yes.
Definitely. That's a differentiator from yes. That's stronger. You know, that's more forceful. Charlie's innocent. Yes. Wendy's innocent. Definitely. You know, variations in speech like that for simple affirmative answers are telling. Why is Wendy definitely not innocent, whereas Charlie is just not innocent, not guilty, whereas Charlie is just not guilty.
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay.
Oh yeah? What?
She was going to clear.
We have the phone call where you're in the room. Actually, was it not her? It was the real estate planner, estate planner. And that's not this woman, is it? Okay.
Her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to...
I think maybe we'll make it out of the airport on time. Dan said we might not make it, but we might. No, she was talking about the departure time. The gate was really far at the other end of the airport, so that they had to get one of those guys with the little car, and they had to put their bags on the car, and then Harvey sat on the back, dangling his legs off. And I sat, and Donna sat next to the driver, and they phoned me up. They said, we might not make it. Dan called. He said we might not make it on time, but we might. Yeah, no, that was when the plane was taking off. You see, this is where this lady's testimony starts to really look purposefully you know, her intended depiction is coming through. Her bias is coming through. Not to mention the shaky way in which she corrected the assertion from Georgia was like, no, the plane leaves, and the plane leaves on a time, and they didn't know if they would get there. You know, that's 4-year-old drawing on the wall stuff. It wasn't me. You have marker on your hands. Clean the fucking wall.
In a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the defense.
That's the bottom message on this page on the end.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember Harvey, her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Is
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that.
Julia Nielsen says, to have a friend who'll perjure themselves for you is impressive. You know, I think this happens all the time. I mean, there's perjury like this, and there's perjury that, you know, is, you know, a lot, you know, greater than this. Like if I make up a full event and say, no, they were definitely with me at this time, and they said blah, blah, blah. You know, these details that she's a little fuzzy on or reshaping slightly, you know, that's not in the category of perjury that's gonna do anything. You know, which is why they have the primary, secondary, the other thing of the oath. Do you swear by Almighty God that the truth about, which no one gives a fuck about that anyway. You know, ethically. Yeah, I'd say that this happens all the time, more often than someone telling the complete truth on the witness stand, especially on the defendant's side.
Difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Guterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Okay. Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Off the backs of the poor, no doubt.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted, or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now, while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No.
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
Never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't have anything further.
You may step
Yeah.
down. Will this witness be recalled
By video
the
link.
defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please
She
call your
does
next
actually come back. She goes to the airport and they have to call her back. Ah, Mr. Guterson. Au contraire. Who do we know in South Florida? I need some dental work. A grown man, mid-50s, chips his tooth on a spare rib while in Florida, panics, calls a friend in New York and says, who do we know in South Florida? I need a dentist. You know, there are many dentists. You can find one on your own, like a grown-up. It's not Alabama. In Alabama, if you've got a problem with your teeth, they just hit you in the face with a muddy shovel.
Mr. Guterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutter.
Okay, the stillness of which this guy's head sits during his testimony freaks me out. Already, he's just taken the oath, and already he's way too still for me to be comfortable. And you know what it reminds me about? It reminds me of when, you know, some old guy is in a retirement home and they're watching TV, but you know that they're not really watching. They're just looking at the TV that's on, right? They're somewhere else. They're in a completely different dimension. You know, it's that same stillness of the head. And this guy's getting close to that anyway, isn't he? I mean, what are we saying? Another 4, 5 years?
So
The testimony you will offer will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in...
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next. 25 years later at our high school.
I'm trying to remember the last time that I ever heard anybody say au contraire, and I think it was in Mary Poppins. I think Dick Van Dyke. Was that Dick Van Dyke? Said it in Mary Poppins.
Reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami.
Yeah, this is funny, isn't it? Murder trials are usually quite funny. I mean, this guy. Like, is he off his fucking meds or something? Like, what is up here? I need to go back to au contraire. I was,
I saw Harvey next.
Okay.
Been Harvey Adelson.
Right, let's do the whole fucking thing again.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband.
Yeah, but he's rehearsed that from his he does that once a week for his mental acuity test. My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson. I am a gourmet. I know Mary Poppins personally. Fuck. So Dick Van Dyke is 99 years old right now and still alive. Birthday, December 13th. Happy 100, Dick.
Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart?
Initially, I would see Harvey. Yes. Oh, this is going to be good. This guy. You see, I can actually imagine having some fun with this guy at dinner, with a view of the marina and a nice menu. You know, but I don't think he'd be joining in with the fun. I would be having fun myself in my own head.
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next. 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him.
Well, I thought you said you kept in touch. I would see Harvey, yes. 25 years later. you know.
Then around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami.
This is funny.
I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food.
You can't find anything to eat in Miami in 2009? How late was it? Why is Chinese food funny? We get to Miami, it's late, we're hungry, everything was closed. What do you eat? Chinese food. No. I'm not convinced this guy is safe to leave alone in a house, you know. I would be putting the toaster under lock and key if I left him alone. You know what I'm saying? Like tidying away all of the electrical cables and, you know, just like don't use the stove until I get back. Okay? Just sit down and watch your stories.
So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist.
You know these people, look at the wife here. How fucking, she was beaming on the stand at the experience, and now she's beaming with pride looking at Ron Guterson testify. And this is an experience for them, isn't it? This is like Disney World. They're thinking about telling friends of theirs what it was like to testify in a murder trial. You know? It's sick.
He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly, and then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship?
I'll bet it was there.
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna?
a very loving couple, very together,
Mm-hmm.
very warm.
Happy to share. Very
Were you
warm.
aware that their son
The chemistry was
Charlie
there.
was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay, and
Yeah, like most caring parents would be, or it could be also consistent with, you know, an extreme case of narcissism that's crumbling all around their entire family as they realize that their self-imposed exceptionalism was not grounded at all in reality, and that justice is coming. And if it's coming for one, it's coming for all. You know, so on the one hand, it could be a caring parent upset because their son has received a life sentence for murder. And on the other hand, it could be, well, all what I just said. I mean, talk about selective, right? This guy's international traveler, educated, business tycoon, you know, I'm sure, you know, has led an exclusive finer things lifestyle since school, since being a schoolboy on the southern tip of Manhattan in 1957. But, you know, it just goes to show that all of that shit, the education, the businesses, the world traveling, at least in the way that he probably has done that, means fuck all. Because you're up here right now embarrassing yourself. Everybody's looking at you going, why do you believe this in the way that you do? How are you such a sucker? How did Donna Adelson, who's not even good quality, as far as, you know, fool you with all of these cheap tricks? What personal need did you have that you allowed that to happen? Something's being fulfilled for him. And I'm not even going to go into the Gourmet Swingers line right here because I'm actually serious. For this guy to be as fucking hoodwinked and taken in by Cheap Trick Donna, something within him, some need, probably subconscious, was being fulfilled. And because that need was being fulfilled, his brain subconsciously allowed himself to be completely played, to the extent that he's willing to come up here subconsciously and make a complete jackass of himself in front of millions of people. What was being fulfilled? That's what I want to know.
First reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did y'all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes, Annie had.
I don't think saying that he's just a very naive person, Christina, is correct. I'm sure that he considers himself to be shrewd, to be a shrewd businessman. And, you know, I'm sure that he's proud of his performance whenever he plays Trivial Pursuit. I'm sure he considers himself well-read and a good reader of people. You know, this is not some nothing guy. He's probably got a stack of achievements, you know. By it, you know, all things considered, he's a winner, right? He conquered the business world. He conquered the travel world. He conquered the gourmet dinner club world. You know, I think it's the next witness that says, I've been to 136 countries worldwide. You know, I always hate it when people say shit like that. I have no idea how many countries I've been to. I don't count. If I thought about it, I could come up with a number. You know, when someone has that in their pocket and pulls it out, I've actually been to 136 countries worldwide. I stop listening immediately because I'm not going to like that person, you know, and I don't like their values.
At a place in Aventura.
Okay. And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place where snowbirds. They, during the trial, were,
What does that mean? We're snowbirds? I mean, the trial was in late October, early November. So they're not using the place in Naples because they're back in New York where it's snowing. Does snowbirds mean they like snow, or they fly away when it's snowing, like birds, you know, migrate?
lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community.
Lack of a better word? No, use the word. What else is there? Harassed, hounded, threatened. What was it? Pestered.
We often
Hey, thanks so much, Michael Crawford, for the fabulous super chat there. That's wonderful, Michael Crawford. Michael says, thanks, Metrics, listening while watching ALUGA football. ALUGA. Well, I have to find out what that is. AL/UGA is what? Alabama, Georgia. Well, I guess that makes sense. Good.
them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the
They availed
verdict was rendered in
They availed themselves of this opportunity. I think that's another Mary Poppins line. They availed themselves of this opportunity. That doesn't even make sense. If they're availing themselves, they're making themselves available to you. They availed themselves of this opportunity. I guess you could say that we offered them the house and they made themselves available to take us up on our offer. It's clumsy, and I wouldn't like it if I were reading it.
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place where snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters.
Okay, so on this snowbirds thing, somebody said that means that they don't like snow, and now Christina says November to March spent in Florida. Yeah, but he's saying that they weren't in Florida. that Charlie's trial was in late October, early November 2023. And Mr. Guterson and Mrs. Cunningham were not using the place because they were in New York, because they're snowbirds. So Julia Nilsson says, snowbirds go to Florida January 1 to March 31st. All right. But it's already cold in November in New York, isn't
And
it?
they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We often have the use of our home.
A gated community, yeah, I didn't see that coming. Junum Chinder is our neighbor.
Especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
Okay, does anyone else agree that that's at a push? It could make technical sense, but it's not. It's not. It feels like it shouldn't make sense. They availed themselves of this. We offered them the house, and they availed themselves of this opportunity. That just doesn't feel right to me.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean?
Out and About says cold, but Christmas in NY is the best. Not for me. Not for me at all. You know where I like to go for Christmas? Morocco. They don't have Christmas. Yeah. I think there was a good few years for every Christmas I made sure I was in a fucking Muslim country. I think it was about what? It was about 6 years in a row. Burn it down. Is the tree up at Rockefeller Center? Chop it down.
Say off the wall.
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
I got the triple word score on Scrabble. It's like I have a doctorate in Wordle. If you put 5 letters, I'll tell you the word in 3 moves or less.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Yeah. So while everyone was in on the Ho Chi Minh Trail getting their legs blown off, I was doing something with radio.
1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that
Tonka!
Harvey
How you
and
doing?
Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
Yeah. But of course, before they left for those 2 to 3 months, they made sure to have all of their affairs in order, to set up a trust fund for Charlie's child, to distribute all of the assets, you know. And no, but they were coming back because the bar mitzvah, you know, they're not gonna. They're very Jewish, so, you know. What was the other thing they were doing? Buying a property in Vietnam. What was the other thing they were doing? Checking to see if they could extend their visa by simply leaving the Vietnam border and crossing back into it. You know, we thought we'd just go to Cambodia for the day, or Laos. We've heard that Laos is very nice this time of year. Christmas in Laos, then back to Vietnam for New Year.
Fucking with me.
Monica bought 15 cups. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Monica. Monica says, I'll forever picture Harvey's dick when eating corn dogs. Thanks for that. Just stay away from the clamfish. Yeah. No, thank you, Monica, for supporting the channel, like everybody else should, on buymeacoffee.com/true crime metrics.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were.
I was aware they were going to return.
Under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
Well, you know, maybe if the FBI were closing in and surrounding their house, putting out a warrant for their arrest, you know, then, you know, the bar mitzvah might not be such a big deal.
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Facing a life sentence is not normal circumstances. Sorry, you don't know what you're talking about.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Do you think this guy likes the kind of lube that heats up? I dread to think what he's into. He's got the right shape head to be wearing, you know, one of those gas masks that covers your whole head, but instead of a respirator on the mouthpiece, it's a 15-inch dildo. Let's see if we can bring up a picture of one of those. I saw one in a Louis Theroux documentary. I'll see if I can find it.
Mr. Guterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number. And I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you,
Okay, I've got it. So, like, you know, I'm no prude, okay? Not by a long way, but I'm just not sure how anybody is supposed to enjoy this. You know, like, is it the theme, or is it like that you're breathing in the, what should we say, scent. You're just locked into the scent. I guess that's what it is, right? I mean, I can think of better things to do. But who knows? These guys, they're into some weird stuff.
To Jared that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that
Yes.
might prevent them from
By the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not come
it
back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying,
I love it when Georgia Kapperman speaks to an older person, you know, because she's able to maintain a kind of respectful demeanor while at the same time having this incredulous, like, oh my God, you're a moron. Do you think she would come back if she were being charged with first-degree murder? Let's just go again. Just sit down, Selman.
One more moment, Your Honor.
One moment, Your Honor. I haven't shuffled my papers in 20 minutes.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
you said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that
Yes.
might prevent them from
By the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And
Yeah. Hey, we just got to Hanoi, and we got to the hotel. It's great. Harvey's down, looking for some older couples right now in the jacuzzi room. Yeah. And I'm unpacking, and we just got an email from the FBI saying, this is an official warrant for your arrest. You will be charged with first-degree murder. So I ran down to the jacuzzi room. I pulled Harvey out of whatever he was doing, and I said, so we've got this email, and what do you think we should do? Should we go back and get a plane right now, even though we just got here and it's great? Or should we just try and stay here and be really, really quiet and keep a low profile? You know, like, no, they'd have to think about it, wouldn't they? They'd have to at least go and have a muffin. A contemplation muffin in the hotel lobby and talk it through. Hey, Michelle, thank you so much for the double super chat. Wicked. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle says, metrics. As always, thanks for staying up late and doing these lives for us. Everyone, let's throw a little spare cash to the man we all love so much, whoever that is. Hey, give the money to Soap. Give the money to Soap. Soap, where is Soap? I haven't heard your clickety-clack, click-clack for ages. Oh, thank you so much, Michelle.
When the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said...
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New York?
To the best of my knowledge, in New
Yeah, we would like you to come down for moral support. Also, bring baby oil.
Jersey.
In New Jersey, okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My service.
Hey, what's Peter Pickard talking about? If it wasn't for you, is he talking about me or someone else? If it wasn't for you, Joel the Yenter would not have content. Love your work. All right, I'm not 100% sure. Oh no, he's talking to Tonka. Yeah, no, we have Tonka here tonight. Welcome, Tonka. Yeah. I don't know Joel the Yenter either, though. I don't know. Matt Mello, hello. It's a way to unclog your drain. Yeah, should we look at it again? Oh.
May be needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is, whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Yeah.
To that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Read it, right?
Yeah, we'll call your wife next time Harvey wants a trombone.
No questions, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Guterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Guterson. You are released.
Sorry, that was very insensitive. It's not his wife, it's his life partner. We'll call your life partner next time Harvey wants a trombone.
Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey Guine, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
The next witness, how many countries has he been to? I have visited 136 countries worldwide. Well, it would be worldwide, wouldn't it? It's not going to be in one continent.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
Yeah. please help the witness shovel in his ego. It's going to take all the bailiffs we have. Everyone grab a shovel. Big ego coming in. And what was the other thing? He's computer savvy. Yeah, he can book a flight online. Who's Charlie? Oh, where's our Judge Everett sticker? Oh, I've replaced it with that gas mask dildo thing. We'll just wait. Let's go to the comments. Moral support. Yeah. The two uses baby oil on her face each night and will never be the same. Is it Johnson's? Because Johnson's is the best. Let's do a special shout out to Tonka. Hello, my hello, my true crime. I can't imitate when I've got these headphones in. I can't hear my own voice, and I've got a bit of a cold, so forgive me. Hello, my true crime lovelies. Yeah, I know it's Tanika. That's my way of making fun of that other creator that got her name wrong when thanking her. When it's not making fun of Tanika, it's making fun of that other creator that got Tanika's name wrong. So now I adopt the incorrect pronunciation. It's my way of showing the blindness of people that follow everything that other creator says, does, and thinks. They speak the gospel, so we all line up. I never wanted this war. That creator brought it to me. So, fuck them. Absolutely. It's got the best catchphrase that there is in all of true crime. Hello, my true crime lovelies. I love it. I've had dreams about it. Seriously. Slag. We should skip the witness. This witness, it's that girl. No, it's not. Oh, is it? No, oh, fuck, it is. My God. Should we just remind ourselves of the torment?
Walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text. It will show you a preview as this.
How much money was it? We worked out that just for her travel from Portland, Oregon to Tallahassee, just for the travel, she was paid $10,000. And all she did was come in here and say, well, Excel works like you have a column and then numbers are in it, and then we cross-match that. It's ridiculous. Worst expert witness ever. And why does she have a gaming computer with that stupid flashing dragon on the back?
What your data should look like, and you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time.
Yeah, rows are fucking numbered and columns are letters. Everybody knows that. In column 2, that just doesn't exist. Oh, God, $10,000 for the flight. Okay, let's go back. Where's Mr. World Traveler? And then we've got clamfish coming back. What do we call this guy, the next witness? Finger food. Oh no, clamfish is back.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Recall Annie Cunningham.
Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from
Yes, sir.
being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be...
It would have been so funny because she was at the airport. She was called back. It would have been so funny if she'd have dropped a whole gallon of booster juice over that ridiculous shirt. Would have improved it. You know what she should do? She should tie-dye the... I hate the shirt.
examined. You may examine when you're ready.
How much is that shirt? Probably $400.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you
God.
use mostly?
Michelle, she's doing it again with the fucking head twist thing. Makes me sick.
What was the other one you said you used?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely...
You know, lady, you've only got so much life left in those vertebrae. Okay? Like, her husband, or sorry, life partner, doesn't move his head at all, and she moves her head too much.
use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many. She made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on...
Okay, Lobel V says, this expert is young. She's going to be fine. The issue is the evidence was pro-state, so what are you going to do? Well, the issue is that no, it was obviously very difficult for them to find an expert witness. To not bring one in at all wouldn't look great. So, no expert witness could come in and make themselves look good. So they got this girl who didn't look good anyway. She's happy to do it for the fee. I'm not necessarily saying that I'm not really interested in whether she's good or bad, but the evidence that was produced and we had to sit through and listen to was so bad. I think it ended up just pissing off the jury anyway. I mean, there was nothing there. But to have it gone over by her, and I really didn't appreciate the little flashing emblem on the top of the laptop. I mean, if we took that out of the equation, I probably would have been less offended by her personally, but I found that very distracting all the way through her thing. It was giving me an epileptic fit. I had to take our Judge Everett seal, modified seal of the state of Florida, the great state of Florida, and, put it over that so it would stop flashing. And everyone thanked us.
July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Wasn't
asked,
to.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
John Smith says, give her a break, True Crime Metric. She's probably bobbed her head up and down for 60 years now. Yeah. Victoria Girl says, I hear Viber is popular with the geriatric swingers. It does sound like that kind of app, doesn't it? Hey, Mr. Pinto Peabody, thank you so much for the super sticker, Mr. Pinto.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th?
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
I agree with you in a way, Maya Rodriguez Sorensen, Esquire. Maya says, the worst expert witness in the whole case by a mile was that god-awful divorce lawyer. You're talking about Kristen Adamson, I think it is. Yes, that was horrible. But I would say that I personally found it more interesting to listen to because she, although the content was terrible and lies, at least she had personal experience in the story. She was speaking about things she had first-hand knowledge about, and a bunch of other stuff that she just made up. But also, she has relevance in the larger picture, whereas the Excel spreadsheet girl was like, okay, yeah, we get it. You put a fucking formula in Excel, fuck off. But yeah. I know what you're saying. I support what you're saying, but I've added my own thought to it.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination of the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point.
Sure hope so, Judge.
Have a safe trip.
Oh, Linda Bailey. Yeah.
Please call your next witness.
Defense would call Richard Shagrin.
I actually zoned. I remember zoning out with her. That was so offensive, Linda Bailey's
Fucking
testimony.
A, bro. I'm
Oh.
gonna fucking fuck up your fucking with me.
Hey, Mr. Pinto. Thank you so much, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Sally says, thank you for all your hard work, you maniac. Love you to climb. Thank you for all your hard work, you maniac. Love you to climb metrics. Love you to climb. What does that mean? Are you doing speech to text again, Sally? Or are you on drugs? Sally's on drugs. Love you to climb. Well, climb away all day. Thank you, Sally. Oh, I get it. Love you true crime metrics, not love you to climb metrics. Yeah. Oh, have we got the world traveler in now? I have been to 136 countries worldwide, so I have plenty of experience booking airline tickets. It's almost an expert witness again, isn't it? I have booked so many airline tickets in my travels, my worldwide 136 country travels. Worldwide, planet Earth is my oyster. Here he comes. I bet that walker's got all sorts of fucking bells and whistles, isn't it? Cup holder, little side pocket for all of his coupons. What else? GPS. You know. I mean, he looks like he could get lost on his own driveway. So, yeah. What was he thinking when he bought that tie? Do you think he got that on his travels? The Hadza tribe in Tanzania made it out of their robes. They came back from a hunt with the leg of a wildebeest and made him a tie to celebrate the feast. Yeah, it has a horn that plays the mnemonic of Camptown races. When you're in the lobby and you hear the squeaky wheels of a walker followed by the tune whistled by Foghorn Leghorn, look out for this guy and his airline tickets.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
My doctor says I shouldn't raise my hands. The blood pressure, how long is this going to take? I can't feel my fingers.
You may take your seat. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Doesn't he have a robotic arm that comes out of the walker that can adjust the microphone for him? He needs to upgrade. He needs to upgrade.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Shagrin.
Mr. Shagrin, how...
Oh man, can you imagine if Austin Powers was introduced to this guy? Your name is what? My name is Richard Shagwell. I have been a gourmet swinger for 45 years. This is my membership card. Sorry about the stains.
How do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 30...
Austin Powers would have torn this guy apart.
Today will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat. Please
Thank you.
adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Shagrin.
Mr. Shagrin, how do you know my client?
I grin while I shag. Oh. What are we doing? Supposed to be having a nice, serious courtroom testimony review. Very important business. And we're making orgy jokes. It just happened.
Donna Adelson.
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet you were.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club. We met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, Gourmet Club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
And this is where it started, folks. It wasn't even my idea. Somebody put it in the comments, I think. Gotta hear it again. We can't do a 3-hour show without hearing it twice. I met my wife at a location. It was a venue.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Richard Shagrin.
Okay.
Mr.
Too
Shagrin,
far.
how do
too
you
far.
know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And
Wow. So Donna's 75 now, and he met her 38 7 years ago. So Donna would have been 38, which is my age now. Wow. That's so weird to think about. And when was the Wheel of Fortune? 89. So Donna would have been 39 then. So this guy met Donna a year before she was on Wheel of Fortune.
You grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier.
And I think that is pretty much an average, length of time between real life swinger house party sessions. I guess there's some that do it every week. But I don't know. Has anyone seen the Louis Theroux documentary, Weird Weekends, where he goes and stays with the swingers? Because it's good. It's really good.
And went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can eat sushi. We like sushi. We can eat sushi all night long. At people's houses, bratwurst. A lot of heavy cream. Bratwurst in cream. And sometimes we dip the bratwurst right into the sushi. And just all eat from the same big bowl.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Real estate. He's on fucking loop. That's like when what is that like? When the tape gets stuck in the VCR.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Yeah. Is he describing the sentencing, or like, in my mind, he's describing another event? He'd arrived at their home, presented this leather mask. Told them about some things that he wanted to try, and Harvey was in shock, and Donna was distraught. Cassandra Perez says, "Whoa, you're 38." How do I take that? Some people say to me, "Oh my God, you sound like you're in your late 50s." Do I? Maybe I do. Maybe all British people do. Still got to get working on that North Carolina accent so I can be like Paul and have a sexy voice like Paul. Oh, I still got to show you guys the fucking Canadian mechanic version of Paul. It's exactly the same. As soon as this guy's done, we're having a look at Paul's twin. It's crazy. I mean, I was laughing my ass off yesterday. It's exactly the same. The hair, the beard, the shape of the head, The only difference is he's Canadian. I'm pretty sure on that. Victoria girls can back me up. Who else is Canadian? We got more Canadians. We got a consensus.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Oh, I'm so happy that Nikki Love got the Frank Zappa reference. Nobody else jumped in. That's such a great song. Willie the Pimp. Everybody go and listen to Willie the Pimp and tell me that you don't imagine Jackie Fulford. I just need to find that one picture of her where she's got the really baggy suit and she's standing like a pimp on a street corner.
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
And
were you in any way savvy when it came to booking travel? Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world. You know what I mean? I see that. I see that online quite a lot, and I've seen it in life quite a lot. People that pull that out of their pocket and go, hey, I've been to 137 countries around the world. You know the world? It's round. I went around the world. I actually did that once. I went all the way around and then back to where I started. The whole thing. But I don't talk about it.
Were you
apart from right now, just once.
Asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa, and then when we were done applying for the visa.
Hang on, because I've been waiting for that like for fucking an hour. I just want to hear it again. Oh yes, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And
yeah, my tie is actually made up of a combination of every flag of every nation I've ever been to. The green represents Brazil. The yellow and red represents Spain. The blue, Kazakhstan. Or Argentina. The blue is all...
were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa, and then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
It's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam. Now, let's assume that that's true. You know? Which, perhaps it is. Not by much. Not by much. You think they were flying coach? I don't. Was it going to be $200 cheaper at best for fucking millionaires? And that's counting, if you had to buy single fare air tickets, airline tickets. That's what I'm saying. Fuck off. Let's just take that as something that you need to do for some reason. Perhaps booking, it's still the same plane. It's still, but the thing is that any airfare, booking a return is considerably cheaper than a single ticket. Like if I book a flight one way from Lisbon to Miami International, it's going to cost 1,200 euros, something like that, or maybe not that much. Let's call it 1,000. It's going to cost 1,000 euros to fly one way from Lisbon to Miami. But if I go to the same airline and I say, I want a return ticket. I want to fly from Lisbon to Miami, and then 2 weeks later, I want to fly from Miami to Lisbon. That'll probably be 250 more than a single, it's going to be a quarter again. Rather than flying one way, and then when I'm in Miami, booking a one-way ticket from Miami to Lisbon. No one does that. It's ridiculous. And is he in here making this up? I just can't imagine anyone in their right mind saying this. And I can't imagine it even coming up as a concern to people who are fucking millionaires. He's a millionaire as well. Oh yeah, you might save $100.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which?
And throw into the mix the distraught emotions. Donna was a wreck, panicking, suicidal. Charlie's got life in prison. Blah 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 blah. Wendy's fucking ditched her. Are you really going to be the guy that puts their hand up and says, hey, millionaire, if we do it this way, we could probably save $45 on your ticket. Does that sound like a good idea? You know what I mean? When there's a kind of a heavy situation going on, you don't concern yourself with minutiae details like that, like little, there's bigger fish to fry right now, okay? It just doesn't smell right at all that he would say that.
To apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Yeah, I knew you'd get your own experience in. To your knowledge, had Donna Adelson been to Vietnam before? Yes, and I have also been there 6 times. One of the 78 countries I have traveled to worldwide.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
Thank God that's in quotes, Veronica.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said that they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also.
They didn't lose their father. It wasn't like, hey, we lost Dad. We lost Abba. No, he was murdered, right? After dropping them off at school, he went to the gym, had some fucking horrible exchange with Wendy. What was it? Your swim idea is a no-go. I am picking up the boys at 4:30, so you better have them ready for me. What a bitch.
So they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
What does that mean, more than typical? Can you have more than typical? That's like larger majority or something,
Lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided.
Yes, English is widely spoken in Vietnam. We can thank America for that.
Other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah?
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you
Rick Raguso says, super Jewtastic. I assume that's in response to, she was more than a typical Jewish grandmother. She was super Jewtastic.
asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
I gotta show you guys a photograph that I took at a bar in Germany. Well, I'll find it, but it was a special acknowledgement of our good friend Tonka from Tonka's 2 Cents. I'll look for it.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer.
Yes,
Because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Nomination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's a nice little note to leave on. We never got to hear about his tie. Okay, so we got a special acknowledgement to our good friend Tonka. Where is it? Screenshot. Yes. There it is. See, we think about you even when we're abroad. I'd never heard of that kind of gin before. But there it is. Tonka. Anyway, side shoot.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
Okay. And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
He's all freaked
Would it be
out by the
helpful if
Nazi
I
uniforms.
showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, line...
Oh, I don't want to help anymore. She wants to dress the kids up in Hitler Youth. You know, I've got a reputation to protect here. I'm going to Tel Aviv in 2 weeks. It's my 14th visit of that. You know, it's one of the 85 countries that I've been to worldwide, and I can't have this stain on my record.
12 through 17.
Blu-ray! No, Blue River. Sorry. Blu-ray. Hey, Ray, thank you so much, Blue River, for the super chat. Check it out. I swear I've seen this tie back in the 90s. I tell you, man, it's the Hadza tribe from Tanzania. Did anyone see the Human Planet? Narrated by John Hurt. These guys, how do they hunt? They don't. They wait for the lions to hunt, and then they go over to the lions, and just by the way that they walk like together, and they hold these sticks, but they're like these sticks are going to do nothing to a lion, but just their kind of formation and their energy. There's a whole bunch of fucking lions, like 10, tearing apart this wildebeest carcass. And these guys, just 3 guys, walk over in this certain way with this like energy. And the lions freak out and panic and run away. And then they go over, cut off a leg of the wildebeest, and walk away. You know, it was really impressive. The Hadza tribe in Tanzania. But I think the colours are like his tie, so that's what made me think when he was visiting Tanzania, one of the 85 countries he's travelled to worldwide, that he may have been gifted a tie made from their robes.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question. Okay.
He's trying to read, but as he's looking at the words on the page, all he's seeing is Nazi, 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 Nazi uniforms. Hitler Youth, Nazi, Nazi, Nazi.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did Miss Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
You can tell that as soon as that question, does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing up the boys in Nazi uniforms? That's thrown this guy way out, right? He's a different person now. How do you think he's gonna, what could he do to get over this in his life? You know, maybe visit a new country. You know, somewhere worldwide.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained, or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please call your next witness.
The defense would call Tirana Khan.
Tyrannosaurus. Okay, that concludes the Gourmet Swingers. Which one's Tirana Khan? Oh, he sits down next to Harvey, look. He probably smelt the pickles that Harvey has stuffed into the pocket of his cardigan.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Boom. Look, someone just bought us 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Who is it? We need to know. It is Fascinating. Love your videos. Watching from Alberta, Canada. Well done, Alberta. Alberta, Canada. Well, thanks so much for the coffees, someone. We will enjoy them in your honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you
Oh,
give today
yeah.
to be the truth?
Chief Mac's sweet honey chocolate. God. I don't think we've heard from Chief Mac for a while, have we? He might have been done for sexual harassment in the workplace. I could marinate you like a chicken bone. I could put you on the grill and just...
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please...
We soak the pork shoulder in apple cider, and it sweetens the taste.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is...
Whoa! I am a medical litigator / parallel for the federal... What was it?
What is that? Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is...
Okay. Breathe. I'm a mitigation specialist / parallel for the...
What is that?
Come on.
How are you employed?
Mitigation specialist / parallel for the federal...
Currently.
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is... And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is...
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal District Defender's Office of the Middle District of Georgia. How big is this woman's business card? She hands you a business card. It's 3 feet long. She has to pull it out of her sleeve. It's the full length of her sleeve, like a magician with those handkerchiefs that never end. I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the I gotta hear it one more time.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is
I'm
that?
a mitigation. I'm a mitigation.
What about
Shut up! I am a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the. Okay, now if I'd have just paused it, I'd have had it one more time.
Currently.
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is...
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defender's Office of the Middle District of Georgia. Is that it? I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defender's Office of the Middle District of Georgia. Have I got it? Did I get it?
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is...
Pretty much. I think I said office, but we can end this now. I know nobody enjoys this but me.
That what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts, so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And
I did. Don't you just love that? I did. Awesome.
can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
Earned a certificate? That's not one of those things that counts. They gave me a little merit badge and degrees, lady, come on. You know.
In 2000, around 2014 maybe?
Darkland,
Now,
how you doing?
In between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Okay. Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? Well, I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Did
for me?
Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Miss Bird on January 24th, 2025,
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson had offered her a grand piano for her to live in upon her release?
did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Can you imagine, sorry, what's her name? Tirana, all I can think is Saurus. Tirana something. Can you imagine her being invited to Chief Mac's barbecue? And, you know, maybe like Chief Mac wants to invite her to, you know, flip, you know, well, not flip burgers. It's something much more extravagant than that with Chief Mac, but to tenderize turkey wings the old-fashioned way, you know, and show her the proper way. And then, you know, Chief Mac just comes up behind her, lets his fingers slide onto that meat mallet that's in her hand, you know, and then gives it a real technique. You gotta tap it like you mean it, girl. You know, just finding ways to get close, like empowering her to use the meat mallet and tenderize those turkey wings, but then taking the opportunity to, you know what I'm saying? Like those casual touches. Chief Mac's a smooth player, man. You just know it.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay.
Victoria Girl says, who the hell offers a homeless drug addict a grand piano as a bribe? You know, I suppose at root, the idea is that it's valuable and that she could sell it and then buy meth. But, you know, there are some logistical concerns when it comes to handling a grand piano, you know, like, you know, transporting it, storing it, delivering it, you know. So much so that there's a whole profession dedicated to the craft of moving a piano. They're called piano movers. And they've got special harnesses and everything, you know. You could not think of something less easy to, you know, what is the word? Distribute. What would be less easy? I can't think of anything less easy. Even if you just go wild size and say, well, how about a fucking yacht? A yacht would be easier to deal with. You can just sail it. It moves. You sail the yacht and it moves. You deliver the yacht and it's done. You know? You don't have to carry it. You don't have to pick it up. You don't have to put it in a fucking U-Haul. What would be less easy than a grand piano for this situation where obviously she's not going to go and put it in her, you know, mini mansion to play. It's to sell to buy meth. What would be less easy as a you know, an exchange of currency essentially than a grand piano? I can't think of a single thing. Now, maybe if it was like, you know, some World War II tank, you know, or something like that. And the other thing is that it's delicate. I mean, you could have bigger things, heavier things, but with those things, if they're big and strong and made of metal, you can pick it up with a crane. You know? You can pick it up with a forklift. Something like that. But with a grand piano, you can't knock it around. It's delicate, you know? It's got to be temperature controlled. Can't be too hot, too cold, too moist. The wood's gonna warp. It'll go out of tune. It's a fucking nightmare. Every single. What would be less easy than a grand piano for this situation? I challenge anybody in chat. Come up with something. What would be even less easy than a grand piano for the purpose that we all know what it is?
And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known it. No.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it that way.
No.
All right. And did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
Julia Nielsen asks, did Donna get out of solitary? I don't have the information, but I would say that she's out of suicide watch. But I'd say she's probably in solitary. You know, it's only a month. She'll be out for 20 minutes a day or something. Shower 3 days a week or whatever.
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it, though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there.
The jail does allow that.
I
If
don't
you-
know, I didn't
if you
ask.
get, okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
Veronica Schneider says, something less easy, that gas mask you showed us. Right, yeah. Donna Adelson goes up to an inmate and says, listen, my husband is an avid collector of antique swinger material and memorabilia. We have built an extensive collection over the last 40 some odd years, and there is a wide market for this stuff. Some of this stuff is illegal in 38 states. Okay? You've never dreamed of these kinds of, I don't know what to call them, tools. Paraphernalia. And the witness, the jailhouse is like, okay, I don't want anything that's been in you.
We retain our...
And I don't want anything that's been up Harvey. Not in you and not up Harvey.
She's free to go about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Oh, we've got all these fucking clever answers in the chat now, haven't we? Slate, snooker table, fucking Chihuly blown glass chandelier. I could put one of those under each arm. Go into a pub and try and sell them. Do you like to blow glass? You just find a pub called the Glass Blower. They'll buy them for, you know... a life-size marble statue of a herd of horses. Yeah, that would be tough. I mean, you know, you sling a harness around it. Fucking, you know, an engine hoist would make short work of that.
Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
We're kind of just trailing into random witnesses now. No rhyme or reason. I'm catching up with comments. Turner Classic Movies.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, the guy that's sleeping in his car since his wife left. You know, she left the house as well. He just can't go back there because of the pain. He's got a fucking bottle of Jim Beam for breakfast. A man so sad. A man with such minute self-esteem left. It can only be represented by the tiny knot in his tie. You know, that's how he expresses how small he feels in the world since she left.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in...
There used to be a Mrs. Varnes. But she left. Did I tell you that already? Yeah. Cleaned out the whole house. She even took the ice cube trays out of the freezer. So now, if I want ice, I have to buy it from the gas station. Which I can't afford because she's taking me to town on the alimony. I sleep in my car. I sweat in my car. This shirt, I haven't changed it in 6 weeks. It used to be white. Yeah, I was staying in a Motel 5. I was staying in the Motel 5. I actually made this tie out of the curtains that were in the motel. Yeah, I just took a pair of scissors. Scissors were all I had left after she left me.
Victor.
And that was only because I'd taken them to work that day.
N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that,
Yeah, I was on my own. Now I'm really on my own. In my car.
total 27 years.
Same time that we were married. But we're not married anymore. Because she left.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
What type of casework do you handle?
Divorces, mainly. Oh, you mean professionally? Okay, well, yeah, anything that comes, I'm not in a position to pick and choose. In fact, most of the work I do is for free. It's the only way anyone will hire me.
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I stand in the street wearing a signed sandwich board that says need a PI?
I have my own company. I try to market.
Yeah, I have my own company. It's called despair .com. Despair.com, that's my website. Yeah, you can find my testimonials. Well, there's a page that says testimonials, but it's empty.
Get work.
Just like my house, just like my heart, just like my hope.
Working. That's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. And
Veronica says he looks like he mainly eats those weird old hot dogs they have continuously moving on those rollers at the 7-Eleven. I think you're half right, Veronica, but I think he has to wait. He has to wait and watch until one of them falls on the floor, and then he can ask to have it for free.
What did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Okay. Now there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us...
How much time do you think Donna spent in booths? She was so naive when she met Harvey and asked him, "What is a glory hole?"
Without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, "You understand you might have some information on the case?" And she said, "Yes."
And she might have some information.
That'd be a good start, wouldn't it? You know? Remind me again what it is that you do.
Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Listen, this guy's not a fucking real PI. They found him after he'd been fired from the bowling alley that he used to work at. And they said, "Listen, do you think you could pretend to be a detective? We've got a grand piano ready to go. You know, you could live in that." She can't take that from you. It's post-divorce, post-marital assets. It's yours for life. You can rebuild. It starts with a grand piano. We'll take out the strings. Listen, we'll even throw in a sleeping bag that you can put inside the top.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
I hope that comment's not talking about me, Lob Elfie.
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk?
What do you think, guys? Does Lawbell V think that I'm prepping something? Like I have time for that? I didn't even know this guy was coming on. I'd forgotten he existed. Yeah, rehearsed. Hey, is she talking about me? Like I'm rehearsed? I don't think I've ever rehearsed anything. But I don't know. Does that mean you like the material? Does that mean that you think it's so great that it must be rehearsed because nobody could possibly do this on the fly? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me.
Oh, the witness. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, now I feel bad. She was talking about the witness. Well, that's fine. I mean, I didn't hear him talk fast at all about anything. It really wouldn't go along with his facial expression. This guy looks like a guy, he looks like if he went for some bacon and eggs and started shaking some salt on his eggs, that he'd do it like slow and sadly. How do you normally shake salt on your eggs? Like that, right? This guy, that's it.
When she met her
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
Good night, Deb H.
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me.
Hello, Belvy. I'm sorry. I was over defensive. I thought you were slinging shit at me. Will you forgive me, Lo Belvy?
Why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit, and then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I don't know if we can do the whole witness. I mean, what time is it? It's like Oh, but it is Saturday.
Nothing further at this time?
Nothing further at this time. He's heard those words before, hasn't he? Nothing further at this time. When did he last hear those words? In his own case. She's got the house. Can I keep my tie? Oh my God, it's only 9:50 in BC. British Columbia.
So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So
it was my last wedding anniversary. Same date. August 30th, 2024. That's the day she gave me the papers.
So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I
If
could
they'd
have,
asked
but I
you
was
to.
instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanois basically lied.
Sarah, it's Magbois, okay?
Lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money. Is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McBanow had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So
Yes.
according to what you say Bird told you,
Yes.
Bird used...
Yeah, you going to do that with 30 grand? Oh, no, they're talking about the extortion. Okay, well... it's just... all of the script of the false statements, like about Magbanois talking to people and like, get me paid, bitch. It's like a school child's idea of what a gangster would sound like. My kid's got to go to college. My kid's got to be raised right and go to college as well. What the fuck? Katie would never say that. That's just not how she talks. And anyone can see that. But the Adelsons, it was that thing we said the other day where Robert testified that Donna had come to him and said Danny has been shot at his house. Someone knocked on the door, said, are you Dan Markel? And shot him in the face. And that sounded believable in Donna's mind because in her anticipation of the events, that was the scenario that she mentally conjured, right? And once you've mentally conjured a scenario, that becomes, until you're told otherwise, that becomes the reality of what happened. So she thinks that she's saying something true, but it's not based on what happened, it's based on what she presumes happened. So Donna's unaware that it sounds spurious as fuck, but Robert does find it spurious as fuck and immediately asks, how would you know that? Which has within it a tone of accusation. If you asked the same question without the tone of accusation, it might sound like, it would sound like, is that what the police told you? What do they think that means? Do they think it was someone he knew, or, That's a way to ask the same thing, essentially, and point out that it sounds peculiar, but without the tone of accusation. The tone of accusation is, how would you know that? Which might as well be appended with, unless you were involved. These people, to be a liar, to be a good fucking liar, you do yourself a huge disservice by elevating yourself above all others. You do yourself a huge disservice by isolating yourself because you're so elevated, right? If you're out of touch with things that are played out in the real world, then you don't even know you're a shit liar. That's the main thing about the Adelsons, especially Donna and Charlie. Wendy's a different thing. She's not in that category with those two. She's a different thing. But Donna and Charlie have this thing where, because they believe they're so effective, crafty, manipulative, lies, elevated, the very belief they have in their ability that elevates them undermines their own ability. Right? That's the cool thing about this case. That's what it's shown us. It's like that fucking Confucius, I don't know, maybe it's Confucius, some Taoist thing. What is it? He who stands on tiptoes is easier to push over. Whoa. We've just brought it all back. That's what it is. This whole thing is just one big Taoist riddle. He who stands on tiptoes is easier to push over. That's exactly what's happened here. Fuck! Write it down. He who stands on tiptoes is easier to push over. Adelsons. Yeah, I like that.
The word
Anyway, tell us about your failed marriage and pathetic, worthless excuse of a life.
extortion. That's the word Patricia Byrd used.
Yes, ma'am. She
That Meg
said-
Van Roy used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that.
All right, there's just 4 minutes left of this, Guy. We might as well let that play out. And then I'm quickly going to show Canadian mechanic Paul, because it's... Just wait until you see it. It's fucking hilarious. It's great.
Did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Byrd, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do
their
you know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Ms. Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Byrd as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Barnes,
Yes, sir.
the state just asked you, according to what you say Byrd said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Byrd said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Yeah, I wrote everything she said down on my tie. My wife, she took all my paper, so I have a pen and a tie. I did what I could. Yes, it's the one I'm wearing now. I only have one.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Victoria Girl would rather spend the night watching paint dry than spend 5 minutes with this guy. Let me ask you this, Victoria Girl. If he were to make you something to eat, just something small, you know, a snack, what do you think it would be? I'm thinking something out of a can. Maybe corned beef. Corned beef and what? Like, if he made eggs, he'd break the fucking yolks. You know what I'm saying? Bad luck follows this guy.
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first. Before
Grilled cheese on the radiator.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Byrd on the witness list that they submitted
with moldy bread. Grilled cheese on a radiator with moldy bread.
prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding
that he serves to you on a fucking paper plate. A used paper plate. He just reuses it. He's only got the one. Plastic fork that's missing one of its prongs.
Miss Byrd was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
God, I hope not.
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony.
Free to go about his business? What? Fucking, picking the fucking chewing gum out of his shoelaces. He's free to go about his business. Yeah. 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 Checking public fucking gas station restrooms to see if he can find a comb on the floor in a puddle of piss. Off-brand Franken beans, yeah. Yeah, that bubbles when it opens because it's been in his trunk for the last 6 months in the Florida sun. That he eats cold, straight out of the can, with his plastic fork with a missing prong. That also doubles up as his comb until he's lucky enough to find one in a puddle of piss in a gas station public restroom.
Testimony with any other person, you may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Oh God, not another one. Hey, Blue River, thank you. Blu-ray River. He gets his breakfast at Motel 6. No, it's Motel 5. He can't afford Motel 6. Okay, so we got to show Paul, right? We got to show Paul. So first we need to show the real Paul. I have seen the real Paul with his beard a little bit bushier. It's pretty trim in this, but that's okay. I'm sure you're going to get the idea. Okay, so here's real Paul.
She says, you know, Charlie.
Charlie did actually look into having him killed last summer.
You would have thought the tea that came out in this interview would have put all the Adelsons behind bars, but hello, a couple of them are still walking free. Let's talk about this salacious interview in today's video.
Correct words, but by May.
Face, right? We all have this, we present ourselves to the public.
Right.
And this
We all know what Paul looks like, right? Now I'm worried that people aren't going to see exactly what I see. I mean, there are slight differences, but check it out. Look, here it is.
Welcome back to Way of the Wrench, and on today's very short episode, I'm going to be showing you several ways to
Does that
100%
not
diagnose
look-
whether your manual transmission car needs a new clutch. So stick around, save some money. Engine, so when flywheel. Now, whether it's
Where is
worn
it?
out or not, there is a lot of stuff that has to come off to separate the transmission and engine and get in there and replace
Right, some Canadian out there, tell me, is he Canadian? I think he is.
that clutch. So we really, really want to know that we need a clutch before we start. Now, as with diagnosing any kind of automotive parts,
But doesn't he just look exactly like Paul? I mean, the hair is done in the same way. Okay, the beard's a little bit bushier, but the coloring is there. The sort of bit of grey and, you know, the kind of general shape of the head-ish. Is that a look? Are there thousands of Paul, just wandering around North America? Like, if I'm not even kidding, right? If this guy went and did Paul's show, I might not notice, apart from the accent. You know, if we overdubbed it, I might do that. Can I do that right now? Like a little test demo? If I can play Paul's voice. Where's the... Oh, here. So... we need another browser.
More in the spring than the fall, and she was deeply troubled.
Here's the thing.
Okay, so now we need to... No. 2 seconds. So if we mute this guy, and then quickly play that, and then...
And whether it's windy, and again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not sitting here saying anybody has this, that, or the other. You know, whether it's windy or any of these other people who we follow in the true crime cases where they are able to put on a front face, right? We all have this, you know, we present ourselves to the public in this way, to our family in that way, the whole 9 yards.
Wow!
Wendy seems like someone who behind closed doors, when you see the real Wendy, whatever, it's a completely different story than what we see. On the stand, in my opinion, my non-professional opinion, she does come across as curated. She does come across as insincere. She comes across like she has spent a lot of time practicing facial gestures, not being surprised at some things, being surprised at other things. She, again, I just sum it up by saying she spends a lot of time practicing being Wendy.
To being, she had no resilience.
Fucking hell, that was mental how well that worked with the hand gestures. Okay, we're making a special present for Paul tomorrow. Fucking hell. That was great. Was that not great? And like, there's this mechanic talking about Wendy in a North Carolina accent in a garage. What a great note to end on, man. That was amazing. Yeah, like as Paul was talking, the mechanic guy was like gesturing with his arms, like pointing behind him, and it just worked. That was random as fuck, man. Okay, I'm gonna spend a couple of hours on that tomorrow. Send Paul a link. He'll freak out, man. He'll freak the fuck out. We need to make these two guys meet in the real world. At Niagara Falls. They can wave to each other over the the Maiden of the Mist. We can put them on the Maiden of the Mist. Oh, how great. How great. I love that. All right. So what are we? 4 1/4. Let's go to sleep. Oh, I'm never going to go to sleep. When did I sleep? I had sleep yesterday. Maybe go and do the dishes. Let's go and do the dishes. All right. Well, so thank you. Thank you, and especially you, and all of you. Yes, for coming, and for chatting, and for watching, for contributing, for moderating, for super chatting, for coffee, and everything. That was very good. I love the Gourmet swingers. What a fucking bunch. What a fucking bunch, you know. Do you think they all get together now and, you know, talk about it? Do you think someone is going to see my thumbnail and send it to them? What do we call them? Where's the thumbnail? Clamfish, corn dog, finger food, and beef cheeks. It might be one of my favorite thumbnails. What do people think of the mint green text? Peppermint or spearmint? Any mint experts in the house? What kind of mint is that green text? Or maybe it's not mint at all. Maybe it's... I don't know. What kind of green is that? I kind of like it though. And it's a salute to Italy. There you go, Michelle. Green, white, and red. Green opal, mint green text is banging. Nice, cool mint. That's nice. Okay, so we will be back tomorrow.
I'm gonna fucking fuck up.
Boom! Tamer Nagel. Oh, and welcome to our new moderator, Tamer Nagel. Tamer volunteered to assist with the challenge of talking about Charlie Kirk whenever we get round to that. You know, I think we should. I'm a bit worried that people, I don't know. I mean, you know, most of the people in chat we know, some of them we don't. But either way, with that case, opinions can be strong. And we don't like arguing. I think it's bad for business. So we just want to talk about the facts without political opinions. There's no room for political opinions here. There's plenty of other places to put them. And really, it's none of my fucking business. Anyway, yeah, we'll be back because we've got to play out this month. We've got to play out September. And yeah, so tomorrow, more Adelson? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, thank you for the coffee, Tamer Nagel. Thank you for the coffee, Tamer Nagel. Did Tamer say something? No. But thanks all the same. All right, we'll be back tomorrow with something, probably Adelson's. God, you know, how great would it have been if she'd have fucking testified? What a shame that didn't happen. How many days do we have until sentencing? 16. A little over 2 weeks. 2 weeks, 2 days. And counting. All right. See you all tomorrow. Thank you for coming. And adios. Boom.